So good morning everyone and welcome to um, today's study and work section. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. So today we also be doing the 6 hours that we normally do. So today it starts by 10 as it is 10 now. So I'll do the introduction on how it works and we'll be ending it once it's 4 p.m. And it's not at a stretch, it's something that we have to do every 50 minutes. We'll go on a break, and during this break you're expected to be on a mindful break. So during this break, take it serious, take your rest serious. So me, I'm a preacher of work and rest balance. It's not something that you should take for granted, your rest, because so many people think resting is something that they can always manage. Oh, I've been working and I can take it long, I can do a little more, I can do a little more, and they will keep doing a little more, and that little more will lead to exhaustion, it will lead to stress. So I'm here to teach you how to work, really how to study and how to work, so you work and have the rest balance that you deserve. After every sprint time, after every focused work 50 minutes, you are permitted to give yourself that rest, which is just 10 minutes. And during these 10 minutes, take it serious, be present in your break, be present in your own rest. So don't go around taking your work to break time, to your home, to your leave, or whatever rest you schedule for yourself. So if you have scheduled your rest, please be present in your rest. And during the work time, because you've rested, it will help you to focus on your work. So it's not all about working, but it's about working smart. It's about you knowing how to work and manage your energy. It's about you focusing on the rhythm of your body so as to be productive. It's not just working and putting much more hour. Like if you worked 50 hours last week, you must increase it so as to be productive. That is not how it works. It works by you being smart, knowing the right balance between your work time and your rest time. So take your rest serious. So during this study and work hour, when you see us focus and when you are joining us during the work time, the sprint time, that is what it is called, you need to focus and reduce every distraction and be mindful of your work. So during that work time, reduce every distraction, every notification. And if you have been scrolling and scrolling, I think it's time for you to take your work serious. There is dignity in labor. And during your break time, you should take your break time serious and also be present in your break and take that rest serious. I will always say it and I'll say it again now. Rest is part of you being productive. Taking a rest, taking a nap, sleeping is part of you being productive. Because if you don't rest, one day you are going to break down. If you don't rest, it will reduce the way you think, it will affect your thinking. If you don't rest, you'll be less productive, whether you like it or not. That is just the truth. You should take it as it is. So schedule your rest. As much as you schedule your work, schedule your rest. Take your rest serious and make it a part of your working life, and take the time of your rest to listen to your body, to listen to the things around you, to see your environment. Most times it's not how much you study that will make you successful, but also how much you know your environment, how much you know the people around you, how much connections you have, and this you do during your rest time. So you take your hand off your work, you take your mind off that work. Don't take your work back home, don't take it to your break, don't take it to your leave. When it is time to rest, make sure you are resting, and then you will see that when it is time to work, you will be working. That is just me for you, and that is how I am as productive as I am. People will ask, how are you able to do all this? You write, you do this, you do that. It is because, yes, I take my rest serious as much as I take my work serious. So if you know that, yes, you want to be productive, you want to improve your output, you want to increase how much you are going to gain in life, and you want to work for a very long time in life. You don't want to retire when it is just 50 years. All your bones, your tailbone, everything is painful. Then you need to take very seriously your rest. And don't take it for granted, the advice I'm giving you today. Your rest is very important in your productive life, in your productivity life, in your output, in your results. Your rest is very serious and is very important. For students, for those that are students and they think, oh, I'm struggling, and they think is how much time they put in their work, that is in their study, that will make them successful, that will make them come out with first class, that will make them to correct their errors, that will make them to be more successful. Then listen to me today. It's not how much time you put in that study, it is how effective you work. And being effective also involves how much rest you get as a student, how much time you sleep as a student. Because when you sleep is when your memory is being developed. That is when you store things in your long-term memory. And when you sleep is the time that will help your memory, your brain to develop at some pathways that will help you even during complicated times to be productive. So don't take it for granted. Don't take it as something that, oh, I can always do without rest, so let me work a little more. That is how they were working a little more, and so many people are bending today. That is how they were working a little more in the university. You will see some people having brain fog, some people having confusion, some people will outrightly have mental problem. It is because they did not take a break when they are supposed to take a break. So if you are struggling with your studies, or you know somebody that's struggling with their studies, especially for students, please always join me during the break time. That is 50 minutes on top of every break. That is 10:50, 11:50, 12:50, just like that. I'll be talking to you on how to study effectively, how to minimize the time you put in that study. Not just minimizing the time, you cut it short to use it for that things, to study more for other things that matters in life. It's not just that exam. And you will still pass your exam with flying colors, and you will have a good memory that even after school you'll be able to remember what you have learned, and you'll be able to boldly stand and defend your certificates. It's not just getting the certificate, it's you being able to defend that certificate, to work with it, and to be proud of what you have done. So it's very important for students. Please bring them wherever they are, let them join. It's time to study, then they will study. Put your mind to the study. When it's time for break, then I'll be telling you the tips and teaching you the pathways, what I've used, what I've tested, and it works every time for all the people I've told. So it's going to help you. There is no, once you are normal and the doctors, they certify that yes, your brain is okay, there is no reason you can't get a first class. There is no reason you can't come out with a cum laude. There is no reason you can't be successful. There is no reason you don't have enough time to also go around and chat like others. So join me as we go through these 6 hours. So it started now. During the sprint time, I'll be working on my own 3 priority tasks. So if you are joining to get the best, the most out of this section, it is good that you choose 3 priority tasks so you don't leave behind what matters most. Take the thing that matters most, put them in the order of priority, and start with the first one. So each time you come with 3. If you're able to finish the 3, you can go to the market and buy other things you want to solve, other things you want to do. But that will give you the peace of mind that yes, you're not leaving anything behind. So as we start now, I'll be calling you back when it's 10:50 for us to discuss on how to study effectively, how to improve our memory for those that are long life learners, those that wants to have a very functional brain, very functional memory in life. So I'll be talking to you how to keep your memory intact, how to keep your focus, how to keep your attention. So now we are entering the sprint time. I wish you a very successful and productive 40 minutes, because it's remaining 40 minutes to the break now. So we've come to the end of this first session of our springtime, and it's a mindful break time. So if you've been working with us, it's time you take your break. You can go for a walk. You can sit down and listen to what we are about to say about being productive and about you having a good rest and work balance. I will put that rest first because people take their rest for granted. So many people think that rest is not very important. They think, oh, it's something I can do without, it's something that I can manage without. But I want to bring it to you that if you don't have a proper rest, you will not be productive. And you might just think you are productive, but if we divide your productivity over your average life, you see that you are not productive. So that is not a way to go. If you work and you were supposed to be working for 50 years of your life, maybe you are supposed to be working actively for 40 years, and you end up breaking down when you are just 40 years. You end up breaking down after working for 20 years, for 30 years, then you didn't achieve anything. And that will even not pay you more when you are old, because when you are old, that is when you need to still have the energy to enjoy what you have gathered. So if you are with me and you want to work for a very long time, you want to enjoy your rest, you want to enjoy your retirement, then you need to listen. And if you're a student, you want to pass, not just passing, you want to improve your knowledge, which is why you are in school, and not just to get the certificate, which you can do just by sitting down before your computer and get a certificate. That's easy, but not always easy, because it takes a lot also to commit to do that alone. So you need to listen and take it serious to enjoy your rest and work when you have to work. You don't just have to keep working and working, but you need to work smart. That is what matters for you to be productive. So if you're a student and you have been struggling with your grades, you've been struggling how to pass, you read and you put all effort, but it's not yielding the fruits that you think it should yield. It's not bringing forth the outcome you want, and at the end of each time when you check your result, it's not giving you joy, then you need to listen. Because I believe that once your brain is intact, no matter if you didn't develop it well, it just take a little more effort than those that started early to read, those that started early to learn how to study. It takes just a little more effort, but you can still do it, so you can be proud of yourself. So what are you supposed to do as a student to cut short the time you spend studying and not passing? So you need to have enough time to rest. You don't just need to keep working. So how do you work smart? The first thing is to learn that there is a difference between just reading and studying. You also need to understand that yes, there are different kinds of memories, that you need to store things in your long-term memory to be able to call it back, to recall it actively during the exam or during the test, or when you are supposed to do the interview. There is need for you to be able to recall what you have done, to be able to think and connect and bring it to life when you are asked to add to put it into practice. That is what matters really. That is why we go to school, because going to school is not just getting the certificate, it's about improving yourself. It's about you building yourself, building your skill, building your relationship, building your social circle, and learning how to learn, and also being able to unlearn what has been stuck in your mind. Those things are very important. So how do you study? You need to learn first that yes, you need to actively participate, which means that your attention is needed. You don't need to divide your attention. Once your attention is divided, then you are not going to achieve much. And that is what the screen that we are having now and so much smart technology are doing to us. Is teaching our mind, is training us not to think deeply. Put me anywhere. If you have been scrolling and scrolling, you've been going through social media, you've been going through screen, you watch television, you watch movies, and this short 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, I think it's time you think about your memory, because you are teaching your brain not to think. You are fragmenting your thought. Is teaching your brain to just scroll over things, and before you know it, when you want to think, you find it difficult. Because I was just discussing with somebody, so I just found out that now when I want to think, I get so distracted, and it is happening often than you notice, and it is very subtle. It's something that is happening, eroding your consciousness, eroding your attention gently. So I need to call your attention to it. If you have been so forgetful, if you have been so distracted these days, then you need to check how much screen time that you put in. Not just screen time, there are meaningful contents to engage with, but those things that makes you to keep scrolling every 3 seconds, once you look at it, 7 seconds, or you say, okay, let me go check my social media, let me go check this notification. You think, okay, I should be out of it in 2 minutes, but by 1 hour, 2 hours, you are there. Then you need to check it. It's very important that you go back and to the drawing board and look at how you are spending your time. And if that is where you are spending your time, importantly, let me bring it to your notice that yes, you are fragmenting your thoughts. You are not deepening your thoughts. You are making yourself, you are training your thoughts to be shallow. You are doing it. Though I need to tell you that don't feel guilty, because you are not the author of this, you are not the genesis of it. The media, all the things, the platforms that you visit, they were developed with catching your attention in mind. They were developed with the focus of getting your attention, and your attention is the token they need. Most times you're enjoying this, you think, oh, that I'm enjoying it, it's quite free, it's quite cheap, I can see this, I can see that. Check. Once you are not paying for any product and you are enjoying it, then know you are that product. So you need to really be careful. So let's go back to that attention I'm talking about now, because that is the token that they are using. That is what they really need, your attention. So they use psychologists, the best of them really, because they can afford it, to study human mind and study human brain. Me and you, we are under study. So now they will do it in a way, the algorithm you hear always is just to they need to maximize and optimize on how to catch your attention. And they know that human mind, the sensory, takes about split seconds to 4 seconds to filter that this is right or this is not right. But before you know it, they have optimized it in a way that things that can catch human attention in 3 seconds will always win, because before you know it, before your sensory mind will even push it to the short-term memory that this is not important, you're already hooked in it. So you can see how it works. So don't feel guilty that you see yourself each time you want to check the social media for just 2 minutes, you want to watch the screen, but you went to your television, you just want to watch it for 1 hour, but you see yourself after this one, you're watching the one in India, before you know it, you're watching the one in Australia. You're not. It's by design, it's not an error. So you need to be very intentional too, because the people developing this, they are very intentional. So you also need to be very intentional in getting control over your mind, to getting the control over your own attention, because you need your attention, importantly, to succeed. You need your attention to be productive. You need your attention to get the results you want. So if your attention has been threaded for cheap rewards, for the joy, for the likes, for the rewards, the follow, all those little buttons that pop up, or you've been followed, or you've been noticed. There are different platforms. I mean, not only one, every of them, the ones that were not optimized, they are all optimizing for that now. So you need to be intentional in giving yourself a break so you can get your mind to work for you. So you need to be very intentional on what to engage with. So if you have been scrolling and scrolling, you keep scrolling each time, please, it's time that you give yourself, should I say, a timer. This is the time, and stick to it. Because what makes you human, what makes you win as a human being, is your thinking. So if you've traded your thinking for just life, for those rewards, then you need to think about it. I'll also be talking again when we enter into the next break, which will be happening around 11:50. So then we'll also be talking about how to gain your attention, because this thing, you might be feeling guilty each time, oh, I'm wasting my time, but the truth of the matter is that you did not cause it. You did not bring yourself to that. It is by design. And your mind, human mind, my mind, they all have been studied to get up this optimized, that once you start, it keeps rolling. It doesn't have a stop. So you need to tell yourself, stop. It's not the social media, it is not the algorithm that will tap you and say it's time to stop. You are the one to tell yourself, I need my attention to succeed. I need my attention to be productive. And that is what I'll be teaching you in this space, how to gain your attention and still not lose the interaction and the relationship you ought to get. So it's very important. Now we are entering our next sprint time. So during the sprint time, we are working. So if you're working, please join me and let's work together. So the 50 minutes, please tell your mind that yes, it's time to work, and you'll be getting a 10 minutes break from the work, and your mind will be very joyful to lead you through the work, and after that you reward it with the break time, which you might go around working or listening or doing whatever that pleases you for that 10 minutes. So during the sprint time, please minimize every distraction. The things that distract you from work might be notification, it might be calls, unnecessary calls. So you can put it in silent if you know that you're not expecting any important call. And if there is a message, you can always tell people, please send me email if it is important, because me, I check my email because I know, okay, after every 1 hour I should just look through it. If there is nothing new in it, I'll go over, because everybody that knows me know it's better to get me on email than all those things, because I need to get my attention to be prosperous for myself. So I'll be calling you back again once it's 11:50, and I wish a very productive 50 minutes. Thank you. So it's another break time now. For all that has been joining and walking, so you can stretch and maybe take a walk, get a breather if you want, and get some break. It's very important that you are present in your break. I will say that again. So for those that have worked with me till now, we've already done 1 hour 50 minutes, and I want to really thank my friends that are here. That's a very good community. Thank you, Home of Beauty. I'm impressed really. And for all those that have been here with me, that have joined since I started, and those that are just joining, you are welcome. And this is a good community, a community of doers, a community of those that want to work mindfully and to have enough rest and enough work time, and to strike a balance in their productivity life in order to work for a very long time and not be exhausted and not be tired unnecessarily, and for you to be very productive. So we are talking about our attention span, we are talking about our productivity, we are talking about you being getting enough results, working smart than just working harder. It's good to work hard work is good, but you need to be smart about it, so you have your health and you don't break down, and you come out with a good result. For students, for researchers, for workers engaging in any form of work, and those that are racing with deadlines. So you need to come close. Let's discuss about what takes our time. We've been discussing the first break. We talked about how to improve our productivity, and I say you need your focus. You need your 100% focus to be productive. You don't need to divide your focus. If there are things that distract you when you are working, those things are the enemy of your productivity. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't rest. Rest is part of you being productive. So I'm expecting you to rest. I'm expecting you to schedule your rest as you schedule your work. Let me just take this. Maybe you look at it now. Just look back 1 week. Today is Wednesday. If we should video your life, if we should just put it in a film and start showing it on your television, if you watch your life for the past 1 week, what are you going to see? Are you going to see yourself on a survival mode all through? Are you going to see yourself scrolling and scrolling through social media? Are you going to see yourself spending time on the screen? Are you seeing yourself in what you want to see yourself in? Because I know most of us, we want to see ourselves relaxed, and we want to see ourselves being productive. We want to see ourselves still living the way we want to live. Is that what your past week video is going to show you? If that is not, I think you can still make amends. You can still work in this new video of your life. That's the next 1 week. You can still work on this new video of your life the next 1 week, and see if by the end of the week you will play it, you will see yourself smiling. You won't be on survival mode or you won't be trying to survive. You won't be trying to meet deadlines. You are not sleeping, you are not resting, or you are trying to go and connect with this other person. You are trying to do this, you are trying to meet this deadline and the rest, and you are not even thinking about yourself, which is the most important thing for you, because you are the most important thing when it comes to your success. Your life is the most important thing. Your body is very important. So if you have lived last week, and when you watch it in the video, you see that you've all been on survival mode, I think it's time you rethink it. It's time that you schedule your joy. It's time that you schedule your rest. As much as work is important, your rest is very important. It's part of you being productive. And we are talking about your attention. You need your attention to survive. You need your attention to be productive. So there are so many things that are taking our attention, and people are struggling with keeping their attention on their work or on whatever tasks they have been assigned to do. Most times they are struggling even to meet deadline, not because what they were given is too much, but it's because their attention is not on what they should be doing. And what is taking our attention is because of the age that we found ourselves in. The smart technology, the easy answers, the easy solutions, they are training our brain not to think. They are training our brain to be shallow. Most people are suffering with fragmented memories. So if you see yourself that maybe after watching you are not engaging deeply, you can't even ask yourself, what did I watch? And you're able to analyze it, then it's time you start rethinking it, because you are training your mind to stop thinking deeply. You are training your mind to be fragmented, to be skimming. You skim, that's SKU, that SKIM. You skim through the work, you skim through the study. You are not thinking deeply over the study. That's going to affect your productivity, and in the long run is going to affect your memory, and that is not what you want. So you start thinking deeply now. Know how much time that you engage in screen, and be mindful the kind of content you engage with. It's not all about scrolling and scrolling. When you keep scrolling, you are training your mind to receive, to be expecting novelty, to be expecting new things, to be expecting the thrill every time, and those things are not good for a deep thinker, for any work that needs deep thinking. And with time, you see yourself, you are now struggling to engage with long reading books, long things that you need to really study. But that is how life works. Nobody was just born today and became what they are. It takes a long time. So every story, so every work, and everything that you're still going to do to be what you want to be will need your attention, will need you to endure, will need you to persevere for a long time. Now, if you have trained your mind to be jumpy, you have trained your mind to skim through every content because you want to engage, because you want to be there, it's time you start thinking, because before you know it, you will struggle to think. You will see yourself struggling to engage with deep thinking. When you want to think, you are now finding it difficult. Sometimes you are bored, sometimes you're having headache. One even told me last week that now when I think deeply, maybe I'm trying to do analysis, I will start having headache. But they don't know the cause of this. The cause of it is not your making. It is how the algorithm of most platforms has been designed to capture your attention even before you know it, and to lead you on in it for a very long time. And as it leads you on, you keep scrolling and scrolling. So you train your mind, you train your brain to stop thinking deeply. So it's time for you to sit down and reassess. Ask yourself some questions when you engage with some content. Ask yourself, what am I getting in this content? And if you're going to engage in that content, even if it doesn't look very important, look through and see some questions you can ask yourself to trigger your brain to think, to trigger your thinking, your memory to start storing things. And again, I want you to take your rest serious. I want you to take your sleep serious. If you are the type that think that sleep is for the lazy people, you think that rest is for those that have already arrived, let me tell you, even without resting, you might not arrive, because when you break down, all that you have gathered will be a waste. When you break down all that you think that you are pursuing, you can't do it unless you haven't been ill before. If you have fallen sick before, you will understand what I'm saying. So you will see that those things that you think that they are important, the deadline you want to meet, you see you might not be able to meet it, and that doesn't make sense for a human being. So when it is time for you to rest, rest. When it is time for you to work, work. So schedule your rest. Make it part of your planning each day. When you wake up in the morning and you are planning, okay, I'm going to work, I'm going to do this, I'm going to be completing this or that, please at that point in time also tell yourself, okay, at this point in time I'm going to be resting between this time and this time. By this time I'll be eating, by this time I should be drinking, by this time I should. Please schedule your joy. I mean, schedule it with all seriousness and follow it. Don't just schedule it because, oh, they say that this time is the break time, and during that break time, so many people, I used to be guilty of that before. So when you are going on your break, you take the work that you didn't finish or whatever that you think, okay, I want to finish it earlier. You take it along in your break. That is not the way to go for a break. When it is break time, when it is time for you to rest, please keep whatever you are doing. Remove your hand from that work. Take a break from it. Break away from it and be present in your own rest. And when you are present in your own rest, what happens is that you start listening to your body. You start seeing your environment. You start seeing things around you. And that is how to succeed. It's not just putting your head to work that makes you the most successful people. If that is it, the people that are coming out with the A's and all the best explanation for problem, they would have been the most successful people. But you also need to study and know your environment and give your mind the break it needs to relax and to join things, to associate things around you with what you've learned is very important. So we've come to the end of this section completely, because the break time is over now and we are going back to our work. Is our sprint time, is our focus time of work. So I want you to put your mind to your work. I want you to focus on what you're doing. And if you haven't done that, please choose 3 things that you are supposed to achieve. Prioritize your needs, which means you should take the most important and the most urgent as the first and put it first, and take 3 out of those in that order of priority and work on it. And let's see what that does to your mind. Is that it gives your mind the assurance that you're not leaving anything important, and it will help you to work productively. So follow me as we use these Pomodoro techniques. We are using 50-10, which means 50 minutes of productive work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. So I'll be calling you again once it's 12:50. Happy working time. So we've come to the end of this section. This is sprint time. It's a break time. It's a mindful break, so you can go on your break. You can walk around, look through your window. If you've been looking at the screen for a very long time, it's time you just, if you have your window open, you can look across and look through the window. Try to adjust your sight by looking a little further and see how much you can focus on things that are far away from you. So let's continue talking about how to improve our productivity, our focus. I told you that you should chart your time and see how much time you spend on each area of your life and see how much time that you have. Every human being has been given the gift of time, 24 hours. That's what was given to us equally. Some of us, when it comes to height, when it comes to eating, when it comes to every other thing, we are not equal. And you can really you can testify to that human beings are not equal, and when it comes to their physical needs, when it comes to everything apart from time. It's only time that we all have equally. Once you are born, you are given the gift of 24 hours each day that you are alive. So why is it that some people are making it within these 24 hours and some are still struggling with the 24 hours and they think that they need more time? Why do you think you need more time? Have you asked yourself, why do I need more time? If others are succeeding within these 24 hours, why am I not succeeding within the 24 hours? Have you asked yourself, why is time my problem? Is time really the problem, or is there something I need to do to improve myself? Because if time has been given to everybody equally and is equal, and some people are succeeding within that limited time that you think is not enough and you are not, then I think the problem lies on you. It lies on me if we are not using our time well. Because once it's 24 hours, everybody struggle within that 24 hours. Once you wake up, from the time you wake up till the time you sleep, you have the 24 hours. You use it as you want. You are given the free hand to use it to make decisions. Maybe it is based on your decision, you're not making your decisions right. Maybe it is based on how you were trained and so many other things that happen. Maybe how your body works, or maybe how you learn. There are things that will affect the way you use your time. But time is never the problem. It is given to everyone equally, 24 hours. And I want to bring it to you today that 24 hours is enough. It's more than enough. It's more than enough to get you tired. It's more than enough for you to get things done. It's more than enough for you to achieve your aim. It's more than enough for you to also rest and work. 24 hours is enough. So ask yourself, how am I using my time? But the most important thing that people are missing is their energy. It's not all about time. Most times it's how you use your energy. How are you using your energy? Are you managing your energy well? Because that is what is limiting. If you are tired now and you were given extra 20 hours, and so this extra 20 hours, let's just assume, in economics, in many management things, we assume a lot. In economics, we say all things being equal, and we know that things will never be equal actually, but we need to hold some things constant to be able to test the effect of other things. So let's just say that all things being equal, you were able to get extra 2 hours. That means you have 26 hours instead of 24 hours. What do you think you can do with that extra 2 hours that you can't do, that you couldn't have achieved when you have 24 hours? When you think it through, you see that time is never your problem. It's how you manage your energy. Energy is the problem. How are you implementing your energy? How are you using it? Have you identified the things that needs your energy? Because some people, they keep quarreling. I visited a group that's a very beautiful community I belong to. I visited it one day online, and they were discussing, all they were discussing is just this person did this person is not doing that. When I think of all these things, I say, is this not a waste of energy, a waste of good resources? Because time is one of the most important resources you have in life. You don't need to waste it, because wasting it means wasting life. But people waste it a lot by discussing the things that doesn't help them, things that doesn't contribute to their life. It doesn't in any way. People that you just met, you came out and you met them somewhere, maybe you don't even know them from Adam. After that space, you don't know them anywhere, and they became your problem. Are you not wasting your time? You are. So you need to think about how you use your time, to use it to benefit you, because this is the only resource that you have equal with everybody. The richest man on earth have 24 hours. You have 24 hours, so you can make use of it and succeed. And once your energy hasn't run out and you have your time, you can still do more. But if you have wasted your energy, now you've run down your energy, you are tired. Even if you are given extra 24 hours, making it 48 hours in that day, I will assure you that you won't do anything, because you are tired, you are tired. And when you are tired, let me use what I do well to illustrate it. If you are studying and you are tired, I will tell you that you will stop learning. If you keep forcing yourself to learn when you are tired, you start forgetting more than you are learning. So there is no need you fighting with time and say, oh, time is my problem, I think I need extra hours. No, you don't need extra hours. You need good planning. You don't need extra hours. You need to manage your energy. You need to manage your focus. You need to manage your intention. Be intentional about things. It's very important. Those that succeeded, all of them, they came with planning. It comes with you knowing what matters to you. What should I give my energy? There is this adage in my place. They say, not every rain that you go and put your bucket out for. Not everybody that brought their quarrel, their trouble, you go keep your energy to it. Not everything you see, you must be part of it. No, those are time wasters and they are distractions. So if you want to be productive, you need to chart your time and know what takes your time. And there are 6 areas in human life that I've classified. Say it's spicy. There are 6 6 areas in your life. You need to chart it and know, where do I put my energy and is it worth it? You need to know exactly what you're using your focus to do, because you need it. These 24 hours, it is a finite resources. I don't know how to finite resource. It means it can be used up. Once you use your 24 hours, it's gone, it's gone. That I wasted it in this thing doesn't mean that you can go and bring it back if you regret it. No. Time waits for no man. Is very strict. It's morning and it's gone. Even if you meet another 4 p.m. any day is another day. It's another thing. So you don't waste it. It's a very big resource. And once you notice that your time is a gift, your time is the best resources you have in life, you will stop wasting it. You will manage it well. You know where to put it. You know what to use it for. And once you start managing your time well, you start using your energy in the right places and for the right things, you will see yourself succeeding, and you will see yourself having more time to rest. Rest is commanded. I think you know that. We'll still talk about that. So you have enough rest to work and enough time to rest. Time is never your problem. The next break will be chatting on how we use our time. What are we using our time for? Then I will tell you how to manage this time. It's very important. It's important for you to know what to put your energy to, because not everything, instead of going to discuss the solution, instead of going to discuss a problem you have that, oh, I'm finding this difficult, how do I go about this? Some people are busy saying, oh, this person didn't do this one. The leg is of what use are those things to you? Okay, we are back to work now. This is our break time ending. So I'll be calling you again once it's 1:50. So during this time of work, during this focused hour, I want you to put your mind to your work, reduce every distraction, and let's focus on our work and work on it and see how much you can achieve. Make it a point of duty to be joining, especially for those that are struggling with managing their time, those that are struggling to manage their energy, those that are struggling to structure their life, to put a little structure that will reduce stress, because once you have a little structure, it helps a lot. For children, for adults, it's still the same thing. Once there is structure, it makes you to achieve more. It reduces the stress of repeating, trying to go through it every time to plan. So join every Wednesday and Thursday is 6 hours, and we have break in between like we've just had now. And I wish you a very productive 50 minutes again. Let's go back to work and reduce every distraction and let's focus. So we've come to the end of this section. It's a break time. You can stand up and just walk around. That's important. To stand up, you walk around. And thank you to all for the gifts and for those that has been here, and for those that have joined since morning. We've already spent that's 11, 12, 1, and this is it. Almost 3 hours 15 minutes we've spent already working. So thank you for being there. For those that are joining, we are discussing during the breaks. We look at the things that we can do to improve our productivity, to improve the to reduce stress, to give us more time to interact and to do meaningful things, to take care of our memory, to take care of our brain. Is very important as humans as we are. So I'll be talking about how we manage our time, what we do. Time is given to everybody equally. It's always 24 hours for everybody, both young and old, rich and poor, and those that are chatting, those that are working. Everybody, we all have 24 hours of the day, so nobody is getting extra. And we've made some assumption that what if you were given an extra, we are just putting it in a model now, trying to model it to see if you were given extra time, what do you think you can do with it? And if you think it through, you see if you need more time or you are not managing your time well. These are the things that you need to look at. So we have looked at it, and I think it's clear to everybody that joined earlier that you don't need more time. What you need is clarity. What you need is how to manage your time, how to manage your energy, because 24 hours is actually more than enough. Is more than enough for anybody to do whatever you want to succeed. If you're using 24 hours, you see that yes, you even get tired. If you have been reading, you can't read for a whole 24 hours, no matter how your energy runs. I don't know what you would take to have such energy that you can read for 24 hours. No. It's more than enough. So you have enough time to work and enough time to rest. So if you're not getting enough rest, then look at the time and how you are managing it. If you're not working enough, you still ask yourself, oh, I need more time. Then it's time for you to really sit down and reevaluate the way you are using your time and reevaluate what you need to do to improve your time management. Because this time, 24 hours is enough. You don't need extra, not even one bit. That 24 hours is enough for you to sleep a long time and also to work a long time and still have enough. So, and that is why rest is commanded. It's commanded in most holy scriptures. We are commanded to rest. Though some scriptures, some religion, is not expressly stated that you must rest this day or you must rest that day. Some of them even say that you should rest so as to avoid the Satan, but there is actually the Satan if you don't rest. If you're a busy body, every time you are busy, either you are going to damage your own body or you are going to run into trouble, because that means you're not using your time well. You need to use your time well. You need to chart your time and know what you are doing with your time. And today I've talked less about studying. Maybe tomorrow that's what we'll be doing. So today let's look at this energy management and the things that we are doing. So look at your life and see, okay, this is the way I want my life to be. Because for every big thing, for every big creativity, for every big invention, they all started with imagination. They all started with an idea. So I want you to maybe close your eyes if you want, or just look inward and think, how do I want my life to be? And try to live that way, not just living on survival mode. Every day you are hustling, every day you are working from morning till night, you're not getting enough rest. Rest is commanded, and rest is part of you being productive. If you are not resting enough, there is no way, put me anywhere, that you will be productive. If you are busy stressing yourself, one day you might think, okay, I'm strong, I'm doing well. You will do that for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Give it 10 years, you will break down. Then you will see that yes, you achieved nothing at the end. So let's look at how we can manage our time, or let's look at first what takes our time and how we manage our time. What do you normally do each day? What do you use your time for each day? Because each morning you receive a gift of 24 hours. Once you are alive and awake, you receive a gift of 24 hours. If you don't have any emergency, you are not sick, then this 24 hours is enough for you to do what you want to do. So let's look at what humans use their life to do each day. So if there are things that you think I did not cover in these points, you can put it in the chat, then we will try and fix it. The first one that we do is taking care of ourselves. That is, and I put it first because it's very important. You that is you is the most important factor in your success. You, that is yourself, is the most important thing that you need to succeed. If you're not there, if you're no more there, there is nothing to succeed about. There is nothing succeeding actually. So taking care of yourself takes your time. That involves you eating, that involves you taking care of your shower, taking care of your laundry, taking care of your house. How much time do you put in those activities? You need to put it down and write it down. And before you do that, I want you to take a book, a paper and pen, and draw a big circle. Divide it into equal 6 parts. So the first one should be that personal care. How much time do you put in taking care of yourself? Are you among those that when they are eating, they will sit there, they will be chewing 1 hour, they are eating 2 hours, they are eating? Yeah, still put it there. If you are those that will go into the shower, within 2 minutes you've jumped out, or you went into the shower, you stayed there for 2 hours, put 2 hours. If you do that twice a day, you put 2 hours times 2. So you put that should be subtracted from your 24 hours. Then we'll go further and look at the second aspect of our life that we use that for, and that is income generating activities. Most adults, we all involve in this. We are involved in the income generating activities. For children, it might not be so for now, but they also are preparing for their income generating activities. So how much time do you put in your work? The thing that you do to generate income, your work, the thing that gives you the money to pay your bills, the money to buy the things that you need. How do you generate it? And how much time do you spend on this? It is easy for somebody that is doing only one job. Maybe you do the 9 to 5 job. It's easy for the person to calculate it. If you go to work 6 times or 5 times a week, you can just say, okay, 9 to 5 is this many hours times how many days you use in that week. So it's easy to calculate. If you are not doing your own, if you're not doing a 9 to 6 job, or you have 9 to 6 and other jobs, then you can also put how much time you spend on those jobs and times it out. So that will show you exactly how much time you spend generating income. Because most people will always accuse that as, oh, I just went to work, I just came back, I've done my work. Yes, you did your work. How many hours did you put into that job? And how many hours are you putting into other things? But again, let me bring it to your notice, especially those that are working for themselves. Most of them started that, yes, they want to work for themselves in order to have more time for themselves and have more time for their family. But they end up now being entangled in work that they no longer have rest. They are always working. That is not healthy for you. So if you went to that kind of job because you needed time, please prioritize that rest. And rest is still important, even though the money now all belongs to you, or maybe you are struggling to make the business stand. Remember that it takes a process, it's a curve. The growth of a business, the growth of anything that is meaningful takes a process. So you take it easy. So how much time do you put in your income generating activities? You put it as your second aspect of how you spend your time. Is very important. Then after that, during the next break, we'll be looking at energy regenerating activities. How do you regenerate energy? Because energy is what I told you is very important in your time management, is very important in your productivity. If you have no energy, if you are tired already, there is no magic. There is no magic that will make you to be productive. Once you're tired, you are resting. So there are things that you do that helps you generate more energy. So that's the next point in that part. So we've come to the end of this break time. This is another time for us to work. Is our focus hour, is our focus time. So I want us to focus on work, reduce every everything that distracts you, reduce it. So you need to focus on your work, you need to focus on doing all those things that makes you productive, and you have 50 minutes to do that. So during these 50 minutes, I want you to focus on your work, put your attention to it, and let's see how much you achieve. I've done up to 3 chapters of what I was doing since morning, so it's really going well. And thank you to everyone that's joining, and for those that are here with me. It's time to work, so let's work and speak again once it's 2:50. That's another break. We continue with the life pie. Let's see how we slice our time. Let's see what we need to work on, how to get more time to do the meaningful things, and how to relax and rest. I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. So let's have our break. It's a break time now. That's another break time for us. For those of us that are working, it's time for you to stand and stretch. And yeah, if you have your healthy snacks, you can go for healthy fruits and some healthy snacks. They will do you good. And drink water. Don't be dehydrated. So let's continue with our talk during the break. We are talking about how we manage our time and what we use our time for. Just to let us know that yes, we are not short of time, but we are short of clarity and short of energy and planning. You need to have a good plan to gain clarity. You need to also work on your energy, to give your energy to things that matters, the things that will give you what you want. Not just wasting your time, not just wasting your energy. Time is one thing that is unforgiving. It's something you shouldn't waste. Time is unforgiving. It's something that you can't gain back after you lose it. Every minute that is gone is a life spent. So you be mindful of how you spend your time, how you use your time each day. You have 24 hours. These are the things that humans use their time for. So you need to chart your own and see what is taking your time, what is making you to live a stressful life, what is making you to always want more time, always crave to have more time, thinking, oh, how I wish that I will have 26 hours or maybe 48 hours in a day. It's not possible. It's fixed, and it's a finite resource that once you use it, is gone. So you use it well. The first thing that we do with our time is our personal care, taking care of ourselves. The second thing is the income generating activities. Most of us are at work now. Even if you're not at work and you are studying, you are preparing for your income generating activity also. So how much of this time, how much of these activities are you doing? Then calculate the time for each of them. Then you know how much time you're spending on each. And the third one is your energy renewing activity or energy regenerating activities. There are things that you do, and I will say it every time. Your energy is very important because you need energy to use that time. If you're already tired, no matter how much time you were given, you can't function. If you're exhausted, no matter how much time, even if they give you 3 persons time and say, oh, this is free time, now you can use it. We are holding everything constant. We know it's not possible. You will still not be able to do anything. So you need your energy to use your time. You need your energy to be productive. And that energy also involves your attention, involves you being healthy and in the right thinking mind. So let's look at what renews our energy. How do you renew your energy? You can put it in the chat, how you renew your energy. One of them may be your break, your rest, your sleep. Some people, they do that by chatting. They say, oh, it's therapeutic going online to chat. It's therapeutic when you go out to have tea with friends. Those ones, they help you. Those activities, they help you renew your energy. And I will also employ you to go for physical activities like walking. If you can run, that's okay. For those that can't, you can walk. Just exercise your body. It helps circulation and it improves your mood when you go outside, when you are not always cooped up inside. So after every walk time, make sure you get the outside air and sunshine. You can do that going to the park. There you have free fresh air. Is very important to life. The most important thing in human life remains the air, because that's the first thing you take in and that's the last thing you will leave, and followed by water and food. So don't take this air for granted, thinking, oh, because it's free. Your mate can already know you can't pay for it. That is why it's free, and it is very, very important. It's something you can't deal with, you cannot do without. So enjoy the air. Make sure you have enough of it. After each walk, when you are free, just schedule it and go for a walk. You can go out, get the fresh air in. So it's very important. Those things are the activities that will help you renew your energy. And when you are walking, when you go out to get this air, you gain clarity. Your mind, it helps you to clear your mind. It helps you to relieve yourself of the stress, because when you keep working, it's just like, you know, when you are already frustrated at work, you're working, it's not working, you go back to it. The more you do that, it's like a circle, it goes like a loop. It doesn't help. So it's time you take a break. When you take that break, go and recharge, renew your energy, listen to music if that helps you also. Meditate. Some people meditate, and during that meditation, it brings your mind to a calm state. Pray. It brings you hope. So those activities, they help you renew your energy. They are very important. Then after renewing your energy, then we are talking about the next one in your pie, in that 6 pie, in that your round pie you cut into 6. We've already filled 3 in, which is personal care, income generating activity, and energy renewing activity. Now we are in social interaction. So the social interaction now, how much time do you spend interacting with friends and family? How much time do you spend? These are not energy renewing activity. These are not like you are trying to get money by interacting. You know, some people, they are paid to interact, but this is just you connecting with people around you, connecting with your family. Have you tried to look at how much time you spend doing that? When you put across the call, when you type the message, when you go out for a tea, for a family outing, all those times within a week, how much time do you spend? How many hours do you spend doing that? You need to put it in that chart. And that particular aspect of life, I'm not saying that it's not important, but rather I want to remind you that it's very, very important. And that is why you should chart your time to give every area of this aspect of your life, give every aspect a time. Because when you finally retire from work, when you are no longer active in service, you are no longer going to work 9 to 6, you are no longer doing your night shift or morning shift, you will need people to chat with. You will need to interact with people. You need to hone this skill. You need to interact with people. You need to develop some, should I say, some hobbies, because these are the things that we enjoy when you grow old. When you are no longer working, they are very important, and you don't just start doing it. You have to start doing it when you are still strong. Then when you are no longer strong, you can continue. It will help you. But if you cook yourself up at work, you are only going like back home they will say a triangular student. It goes from the refectory to the classroom back to the hostel. That's how they go. So if that is your life, I think it's time you look at this aspect of life. It's not everybody. The success is not meant for the most intelligent people on earth. I must tell you that, because if it is about that, those that are having those A's and distinctions, they would have been the best. But there is a factor that people neglect a lot, which is very, very important. It's relationship. Relationship matters in everything, every system, not only in human system, every system. Let's just say this is a body. If they were put in parts, they can't function. You won't be a whole human being, but they have to relate to each other. Every system in the body relates to make this body function as it is. So if you must be successful also, your relationship matters a lot. You don't take it for granted. It's not something you can do without. You might know it all, you might be very skilled, you might be very, very enterprising, but if you lack the connection that might position you or inform you, okay, oh, there is an opportunity this way, or you can try this, then it might be difficult actually. So also give time to this social interaction. In that your life pie, in that your time pie, put interaction, social interaction there as the fourth component, and put how much time you spend each week in that. So you do it for every day, then you get how much time you spend interacting, even the one you do online, and then you see if you need to do more or you need to do less of it. Because some people actually, they will do that from morning till night. They are just chatting, they are looking for friends. I once had it was back home, a woman that will always be quarreling with the husband. Why? Because others will be cooking and she's going to their homes to chat. At 10 p.m. no food at home. So you need to check if you are part of those ones, and see how much time you are spending on screen, spending chatting online, spending chatting offline with friends and with family. So it's time for our final sprint time for the day. So make it work for you. I want you to concentrate. I want you to focus on this work and find out how much you can do in 50 minutes. and reduce every distraction and focus on the work and put your attention and your focus on it. Please take your mind off every of those notifications and focus. Let's see how much we get out of our work during these 50 minutes. And I wish you a very productive time. Let every second of this last section count. We'll speak again at the end of this session for the closure. So remember that tomorrow also will be here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So let's talk about living a productive life, living, um, having a good work rest balance. We've come to the end of the sprint time, so we are now hiding for the day, and we'll be starting again tomorrow by 10 a.m. to end it by 4 p.m. So we've been talking about how to improve your productivity, how to manage your time, how to increase your focus, because you need your focus to function. You need to be present in whatever you are doing to be successful. But now what we see is that people are present, though they are reading it, they are not understanding it. They are in front of you, you are discussing something with them, they're already tuned off. So it's becoming very rampant that people are forgetful, that people don't think deeply, and there is a reason for that, which is long screen time and not engaging in the right, should I say, content. People wasting their time scrolling, which has resulted in brain fragmentation, their memory fragmentation, that they can't think deeply. You see people now trying to reason, but you find yourself remembering things in fragments. When you see that, you know that yes, that you are being affected by the kind of content you are exposed to. So it's time for you to be mindful of how you watch, of how you engage with contents. Engage with contents that provoke your thinking. Engage with contents meaningfully. Don't just keep scrolling, because what you have succeeded in doing is to train your brain to be less attentive. You have trained your brain to just skim through work, to skim through writings, and you find it difficult later to engage with deep thinking and engage with long and lengthy maybe writings like books. And that is not going to help you in succeeding, because when you are going to succeed, you will need your attention. Your full attention should be there. And also, I would like to remind you to take your rest serious. Don't rest when you say it's time to rest, you go pressing your phone or watching through the screen. That is not helpful. Your rest is very important to your memory. For you to improve your memory, to improve your attention, you will need rest. So take your rest serious. Schedule your rest each time like you're scheduling your work. As you're going out in the day, tomorrow when you're going out, you say, okay, these are the things I'm going to do. At that point in time, that is the same time you should also say, at this point in time, I'll be resting. Between this time and this time, I should be eating. So schedule your rest and schedule your joy. Why do I say you need to schedule your joy? Because most time we tend to forget ourselves in all these that we are trying to get. We tend to forget that yes, we need ourselves, that we are the most important factor in this success story, that we are the most important factor in whatever we are chasing. Because if you are no longer there, you can't chase whatever you want to chase. So it's very important that you remember yourself, and during your rest, that you should be mindful of your rest. Be present in your rest. Be mindful to take that rest and take it fully, to regain your energy, to regain clarity. Without rest, you won't gain clarity. And that is why you think, oh, I'm working hard. As you're working hard, you see no results or little results. If you take your rest serious, and you will be productive. If you take your rest serious, you will see yourself producing more with less stress. Why? Because you already know what you are going to do. For each minute, for each hour is already planned. And at the end, you have enough time to also engage with other activities. But if you don't get rest, you keep going, okay, one more minute, when I do it one more time, you will see yourself going on and on. The more you stress yourself that way, the less productive you become in life. It's very simple. Let's just take it, for instance, that you eat food. You need to give yourself time to digest it. If you don't give yourself time to digest it, no matter how good the food you keep putting in your mouth gets, you will not gain anything from it. Rather, you might bring out the ones you've eaten, or maybe you will fall sick. It's just that simple. If you're a student, please make sure to take your rest serious. Your rest is part of your productivity. Your rest is part of you gaining that clarity that you need to function. But if you don't rest and you keep reading, or you keep going on and on that work, at the end you won't achieve anything. If you're a student and you are studying, if you did not rest, at a time, once you are tired and saturated, let me tell you what happens. You will forget faster than you are learning, and you will bring confusion. That is why you see some students having brain fog and having so much mental issue, because when it is time for them to rest, they didn't take that rest, and at the end you will not achieve what you want to achieve. So for you to achieve what you want to achieve, you need to take your rest serious. You need to focus on your rest as much as you are focusing on your work. Every student, every of my colleague, I mean, it's been like how many years ago in the university, every one of them that ask, how did you make it? How did you pass this way? I never even saw you in those night class. I did. My answer has been this: don't take your rest for granted, because it's part of you being productive. It is when you are sleeping that your brain will relax to take those things from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. It is only when you are resting that you will have the time to sort things in your brain and gain the clarity. But if you don't have rest, you might be working and you gain very little out of it. That is why you see some students, I used to pity some of them actually, especially those adult students. I used to teach the sandwich students, those that comes to school during break, during holidays to study, because they have their whole family on their head. They have so many things. You see them stressing and stressing. It won't help you. You just need to study smart. And if you do it smarter, you will have more time for that family. And how do you do it? It's for you to make sure that you schedule your rest. As immediately you are scheduling that work, you tell yourself each day, after working for 50 minutes, after working for 1 hour, after working for 2 hours, I must get 10 minutes break, and stick to it. And if you stick to it, you see that you'll be more productive, even more than those that think that is by putting more hours that they are going to succeed. It is not always, this race is not always to the strong. It's not always to those that are too smart, but it's always to those that knows the formula. If you know how it works, and rest is commanded, your body will even tell you that I'm tired. Please, when your body tell you I'm tired, take that rest. Because let me tell you one thing, as a student, you might be thinking it's just a stress. Okay, you can manage it. Till the time it gets to chronic stress, your memory hub will start shrinking. The part of your brain that stores information, that helps you to remember things, that helps you to push forward, that it will start shrinking. And when that starts happening, that is how you see, oh, that this person used to be very smart. I don't know what happened now. I don't know whose story is that, but you need to take that rest. You need to take that break. It's very important. Whatever you are doing, whatever work you are doing, rest is very important. Even if you will make all the money in this world, you still need your life to enjoy that money. And that rest is what you need to renew your energy. Rest is what you need to gain clarity. During your break time, take a walk, go outside, get fresh air. It's very important to life. That's the most important thing actually to humans. Go around, walk around, stretch, improve your circulation. That improves your brain also. That improves your memory. And for those that wants to still stay sharp even after their active work life, then you need to take care of your rest. You need to be present in your rest. When you are going home, don't take those work to your home and continue. You know, some people, you think that they have closed work by 5 p.m. They close work as they are going. They take all the work on their head, both mentally and physically, back home. That's not how to work. That's not how to rest. Then you see some that say, oh, it's break time. As they are going on break, they are taking the work along. They are with one hand drinking the tea, or maybe with left hand putting the food in their mouth. They are trying to write this and that. That is not how to rest. So you need to be present in your break. And during that break time is for you to listen to your body, to see, is your body functioning well? How am I feeling in myself? Because in this success story, in whatever productivity you want, in whatever outcome, the result, the best result, whatever you are looking for, the most important factor is still you. Take care of you. Rest. Many people, they will keep taking, they will take job till they will fall. That's not the way to go. That's not, you can still be successful if you plan yourself very well. 24 hours is more than enough for anybody on earth to be successful. So don't always fight with time and say, oh, I'm taking extra, I need to have extra time. No, you don't need extra time. You just need clarity. You just need your planning to be right. You just need to know what to do with your energy, how to manage your energy. Because if you are working, you are reading, you are jumping, whatever you are doing, 24 hours, you see you'll be exhausted. You just need to know how to manage that energy and use it well. It's very important. So I'll be closing now for today. Tomorrow I'll be back here again once it's 10 a.m. and the sprint time, it will end always by 4 p.m. That's 6 hours of study. So for those of us that joined us, I'm so glad you are here. Thank you. For those that supported and for your gifts, for your support, for your messages, I'm thrilled, really. I can see some people were here for a very long time, and I believe you must have achieved one thing or the other in your work, and you are learning to work in the right balance. You are learning to balance between rest and work time. So I will see you again tomorrow by 10 a.m. and make sure when you are coming tomorrow, come with your priority tasks for you to get the best out of this. Take 3 things, your priority that you want to achieve, and place it. You can type it in the comment section and tell us, okay, I'm doing 1 or 2, 3 things that you'll be focusing on. And when you join us again, please introduce yourself. That's good. It's a good way for us to interact in this community. Introduce yourself, tell us, okay, this is me and this is what I do. And people might patronize you. You don't know. Nobody knows who their helper is. So you can just type it in there and watch people coming to your page to interact with you or to patronize you. So thank you for being there, and thank you for your gift. Thank you for your support, and see you again tomorrow by 10 a.m.